Yeah, I'm on. Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Hi. 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 Hello. Hello. Goodbye. Thousand times. Boy, no. You try. You try.
Yeah, I've called somebody to come and bring it.
Hello?
Mm.
Hello? Good.
Okay. Guys are not there. I'm coming. Let me go.
Okay. So
All
good.
right. Thank you. 1 minute.
Hello?
No, I'll go okay if people are not paying me for data for this. So
Yeah, I agree. You
ah,
can,
I've been on
can,
this call
can
for over 1 hour now.
really. You should have.
Yes.
You should have. I didn't know. Sorry. I would have told you to leave, and so that I'll call you when we're really ready. Yes. So,
Uh,
so you can leave now. I'll call you when we're really ready. How about that?
okay.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you. Yeah.
But it'll be soon. Oh, it'll be soon. Oh.
I'll be with my laptop, so just call me
Okay.
when you're ready.
Okay. I should
Yeah.
call you on Teams, Abby.
Yes.
No problem. No problem. Very
Yeah.
soon.
Thank you.
Danielle, hello.
It's Timmy. Timmy is the one talking.
Hello, Tim. As
Timmy,
in,
come and say hello
as in
to Goke.
Timothy or Timilane.
Hello.
Hello.
Who
How are
is
you?
that?
Hey. Hi. How are you?
Oh, yeah.
How old is he?
Why do you want to know?
I'm 12.
Is he a
I'm
good
12.
person or a bad person?
I'm a bad person.
What's his
Daniel.
favorite color?
Yeah.
What's his
Wow.
favorite color?
Wow.
Is he
How are
rich
you?
or poor or
Wow.
average?
Well,
Wow.
I'm not sure about rich or poor.
And what does
But
he
I'm not
like do? What are his hobbies?
The lawyer.
And
Oh, yeah,
why
bye
does he
bye.
not?
Bye
Why
bye.
is
Go.
he not wearing his
uh, bye, kids. So I'll call you. Okay. Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Thank you. We will now have the safety briefing.
Welcome to Uniliver Nigeria PLC. I am the safety officer. There are 2 exits in this room, one to your left and one to the right. Should there be an emergency, just walk briskly through either of the exits and converge at the car park. The conveniences are on the right-hand exit. Once you go out, take a left turn, you will see the male and female conveniences. Thank you very much and welcome once again.
Thank you. And there's somewhere on the program that says that the registrars need to give the company secretary the number of attendants. Is that, where does that happen? Where does that sit? So before, just... Okay. So chairman will speak to you to say, registrars confirm we have the right before we do national anthem. Okay. Okay. On how he wants to. Or he may not, because what's on the procedure says that I've received confirmation from our registrar that we have the quorum. So that means that would have been done before. Okay, okay. Okay, all right. Praise, can you hear me better now? I'm speaking into the mic. Just type if you can. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the meeting, having been duly and properly constituted, is declared open. As you may have noticed, His Majesty, the chairman, is not available at the moment. As such, I will chair the meeting. I also wish to inform you that this meeting is being held via proxy. The meeting is being streamed live. Furthermore, safety and health measures have been put in place. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 6 items of business before you today. If you need to speak, so any shareholder who needs to speak, including during the rehearsal, please stand up and walk up to the mic closest to you on the aisle. The Register of Directors is also available for inspection. Before moving to the formal aspect of business of this meeting, I would like to introduce very briefly members of the board. I'll start with myself. I am Mr. Mutiu Sumonu, and I will be chairing this meeting. To my left is Mr. Felix Enwemadu, an executive director. He was appointed to the board in October 2016. To my right, why is Felix not showing? What's going on? He didn't show. This is the live feed. He's not showing. Okay. So, let me start from the top. Okay. I am Mr. Mutiu Sumonu, an independent director. I will be chairing this meeting today. To my left, I have Mr. Felix Enwemadu. He was appointed to the board. Okay. He was appointed to the board in October 2016. To my right, I have the company secretary, Mrs. Abidemi Ademola. Thank you. Due to the ongoing coronavirus, some of our directors are joining virtually. I will now proceed to introduce them. We have His Majesty Igwe Nnaemeka Achebe, Obi of Onitsha, who's joining us virtually. We also have Mr. Carl Cruz. He's the MD and was appointed to the board in February this year. It is my pleasure to welcome him to the annual general meeting. We have Ms. Amuna Lawal Ali, who is an independent non-executive director. We also have Oresh. Do I go ahead? Yeah, I'm seeing them here. That's the live here. It's showing where? No, but you know these people need to see the directors because the directors are not here. So, praise on Teams, Goke on Teams. Did you see the directors?
The pictures, there are
Yes.
pictures, yes. There are pictures that are showing.
Okay, so it's just here. You can go on mute, Goke. All right. Um, Orish. We have a box of 50 that we'll put at the reception. So each person pick your mask. This one? Okay, but we can't tell them to take off. Okay, we will. We will. Okay. If it's, yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, of saying, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Should we start? I think let's take it from the top. Introductions. So I will start here. So I would introduce myself. My name is Mr. Mutiu Sumono, an independent director of the company. To my left, I have Mr. Felix Enwemadu. He is an executive director. Okay, to my right, I have Mrs. Abidemi Ademola, company secretary. Due to the ongoing pandemic, some of our directors are joining us via online platforms. I will now introduce them. First, we have His Majesty Igwe Achebe. We have Mr. Carl Cruz, who's the managing director. It's his first AGM with the company, and I'm pleased to welcome him to the AGM. Next, we have Ms. Amuna Lawal Ali, who is a non-executive director. We also have Mrs. Adesola Sotonde Peters, who's the finance director of the company. Mrs. Abiola Alabi also joins us virtually. She is a non-executive director. And finally, we have Mr. Chika Mobi. The profiles of each of these directors are contained in the company's annual report. I would like to also introduce representatives of the following organizations. We have our auditors, KPMG. Oresh, that's you. Thank you, Mr. Goodluck Obi. We also have Greenwich registrars, our registrars, Mrs. Anne Mutwa. Thank you, Mrs. Mutwa. We have Mr. Tobina. Okay, so we would amend that. The Corporate Affairs Commission has informed us that they would join this meeting virtually. We also have the Nigerian Stock Exchange, represented by Mr. Godstime Iwenekai. Thank you. We have the Securities and Exchange Commission, represented by Mrs. Tanko, who's joining us virtually. Thank you. I would now introduce members of the Audit Committee. The shareholders' representatives on the committee are Mr. David Oguntoye, who's the chairman. And then we have Alhaji Wahab Ajani. And finally, Mr. Kolawole Durojaye. The board members who are on the committee are Ms. Amuna Lawal Ali, Mrs. Abiola Alabi, and Mr. Chika. Please help me check. Wobi. I would also like to introduce persons who have been appointed as proxies and who are attending this meeting in person for themselves and as proxies for shareholders who could not join physically. They are Sir Sonny Wosu, Mr. Boniface Okezie, Mr. Matthew Akinlade. So at this point, the camera should be on the people, not on the chairman. So, and I think they may not stand because I don't know whether he's going to wait to recognize everybody, but at least it should even so that wherever they stand, Aurora, is Aurora there? Yeah, because their names are there. Proxies. He's here. They are 7. Yeah, she's somewhere there. Okay, she's there. Do you understand? When we start introducing the proxies, so that's those people who had, we need because the shot was still on me, but they may be standing up or they may be waving. We need the cameras.
Yeah, because we don't know, so we'll get that now.
Okay.
I want us to actually identify with names. Okay, so like this is Sonimusu. So let's take it one by one, so that they can also get used to Sasonimusu. This is the one that we're taking.
Announce it so I'll direct them on where to go.
Yes.
Okay.
Announce it step by step.
Okay. But you know, chairman won't announce step by step. Okay.
If they know it, then it will be as fast as the chairman.
No, it's not changing. Okay. Sasoni wants to.
Number one.
We are not picking Sasonimusu. So this is the first member of program.
But the feed has gone off. Oh.
Once you hear proxy, this is the first.
So yeah. So Sasoni wants to. Mr. Boniface Okezie. So this, Mr. Matthew Akinlade.
So
1, 2, 3. Benga Idowu. They don't necessarily need close-up, so. But I mean, it helps if they are standing up. They may want the recognition.
take this, it takes that. It takes this, it takes that. Then the next one. So let's continue.
Mr. Benga, so Sonny Wonsu, Boniface Okezie, Matthew Akinlade, Benga Idowu. Should we rearrange it and to make it easier, or we should just leave what we've done? Okay.
So the first thing, you go here, you go here, you come here, then you go there.
BC Bakari.
Bisi Bakari is where?
There.
Let me go there. Why he comes here?
Who is next? Is it Onawa?
Yes. No, now is last. Adebayo Adeleke, who's behind Banke. Yeah. And then Nonawo is final. Hi, Tunde.
Let's, now that we have everything, let's quickly go fast.
Okay, so I would also like to introduce the persons who have been appointed as proxies and who are attending the meeting for themselves. And on behalf of, it should be on me now because and on behalf of persons who could not, shareholders who could not join physically, they are Sir Sonny Wonsu, Mr. He went to bank instead. Sir Sonny Wonsu, Mr. Boniface Okezie, Mr. Matthew Akinlade, Mr. Benga Idowu. Benga Idowu.
So it's the last person.
No, Mrs. Bisi Bakari. Mr. Adebayo Adeleke. And Mr. Nonawo.
Then Onawa is there.
Okay, maybe we should just move because we still need to do voting. Ow! Hey, these pins they are pinching me. How do we manage that? I don't want pins to be hurting chairman. See, we have to, no, it can't. See, please, because as I put my hand,
Horizontally instead.
yeah.
Vertical. You understand? Yeah, it's fine.
So maybe let's fin. Okay. So I'll just continue. I will now call on the company secretary to read the notice of meeting. Company secretary, please. Yes. You have to stand up and read.
Okay.
Anything.
Okay,
Say something. She will stand. She will stand.
Okay.
No, he's not reading anything. He's just saying something.
I second the motion.
So he should zoom into his face when he's reading. Thank you, Mrs. Ademola. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will now call on the external auditors to read the external auditors report. External auditors, please. Yeah, you have your mic. So, Ororo, please, when are we getting the mic? Because these people have their mics. He needs, or should he come here to read? KPMG is reading. No, you know. Okay, what of audit committee chairman? He will read. He needs his mic.
We have 7 mics. 7 mics.
Where's the 7th one?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where is it?
So audit committee chairman will read. Yes, it's closer, so no problem. Okay, so Dr. Obi.
Dr. Obi of KPMG.
Yes, please read.
Welcome to the Uniliver Nigeria PLC 95th Annual General Meeting. Remember to guard yourself from COVID-19 and abide by all the guidelines that have been provided by Uniliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Obi. We will now call on the audit committee chairman to read the thing he's reading. Godfrey, audit committee chairman, please, can you read for us? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Godfrey. Sorry, next thing. I now present before the House the financial statements. So next item. Okay, I now invite Greenwich registrars to provide guidance on the electronic voting process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shall now provide an outline of the voting process. So, voting devices were issued to you before the commencement of the meeting. Voting starts and lasts 30 seconds. On your devices, A stands for yes, B stands for no, and C stands for abstain. Voting results will be displayed immediately each voting session closes. Unit holding indicated on the results slide is in percentage shareholding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutua. I missed something. Can I go back, please? Or when we present the results to the people, then shareholders are supposed to ask questions. So this is the point where we test in teams. So I'll just backtrack a bit. So any shareholder has a question. Shareholder Banke, can you please Okay, so can we start that bit again? Yeah, so come back to me. Okay, so shareholder, thank you very much for that question. We will go over to the managing director, Mr. Oyegoke, who can give an answer.
Hello, good afternoon. I thank all our shareholders that are joining us today. We're very grateful to have you with us here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Goke. So we will now go over to Director Ademola, who is also on the call.
Yeah.
So Ademola, please speak to the meeting. I don't think they joined in. Yeah, because we started 2 hours late. No, we need different people, so we get that sense of, yeah. Demola, but they're in the same place, Echo. They're in the same hallway. Demola.
Hello.
Hi, okay, yeah. Can you speak, please?
Don't open the door. Sorry, because it's me. Because I'm so close. You can't open the door when I'm talking.
So please speak. Demola, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We're not getting his audio. and 5 to 6 on the agenda. Accordingly, voting for these resolutions will be done electronically. Each shareholder has been given a voting device, and the results will be displayed on the live streaming of the meeting so that those not physically present are able to view the results. Kindly note that each resolution at this meeting requires 50% of the votes cast in order to be passed. I now invite the registrars to provide guidance on the electronic voting process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We shall run through the instructions for the electronic voting.
It's showing here.
An electronic device was issued to you at the point of accreditation. On the voting pad, 1 represents yes, 2 represents no, and 3 represents abstain. Press 1 for yes, press 2 for no, press 3 for abstain. Unit holding indicated on the results slide is in shareholding percentage. Thank you.
Thank you, Greenwich registrars. So we would now proceed to item 2 on the agenda, which is the election of directors retiring by rotation and election of a director appointed after the last AGM. Okay, the director who's been appointed after the last AGM is Mr. Carl Cruz. I move that he be elected as a director of the company. Who seconds the motion? Thank you. So when people second, the camera should be on them. Yeah. But it will be quick. Yeah. It will be the shareholders. Once the chairman asks who moves the motion, it should be around them.
Yeah.
Look out for the person raising his hand.
Yeah, of course. Everybody knows that. But there is a time within when you click and it comes up. And you have to finish what you are saying.
No problem. It's okay. I know there will be a delay. I'm just saying. No problem. No problem. Okay, so I've moved here, seconded. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So once this is set,
that thing should
voting
come
screen
up.
should come. Okay. So once I say voting, please get ready to vote. You don't put me there, you keep it on the screen.
Yeah.
Keep it on the voting.
Yeah.
You don't need to show me again. Until the results show, and I'm now reading the results. Then you come back to me.
It's cold.
But
Oh, God.
Okay. So voting starts now. Please vote.
Please, everybody, vote. Can't I press 2?
We're working with exactly what we have tonight.
I want to press 2.
We'll get you to do that, don't worry. When we finish this.
Okay. Is there a timer? Okay.
Yes.
Godfrey, are you on YouTube? Are you getting this?
Voting has ended. We have 95% of the votes in favor of the resolution, 5% against the resolution, and none abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutua. I now declare the motion unanimously carried. Because I have to declare the result. Oh, it's freezing. Sorry. I'll be okay again. Okay. So the next director, give me 1 minute, please. Okay, so the first director retiring by rotation is Mr. Chika Wobi, a non-executive director. May I ask a shareholder to move the motion that Mr. Chika Wobi, who retires at this AGM and who being eligible for re-election B and is hereby re-elected as a director. Who moves the motion, please? Banke moves the motion. You seconded. So you see, it didn't go to her. I know there will be a delay, but it didn't go to her at all. It didn't go to, okay, it went to him. So, but how do we get that responsiveness? Once somebody starts saying, I want to elect it should be so that.
Once there is motion.
Yeah.
To find the president, we'll just take them 1 second.
But it didn't go to Banke at all.
Banke never, and she stand up.
She did this. Not everybody will stand up.
See, there is a white shot
Yeah.
that we're on, and the white shot captures everyone. So when it is still quick, we have to rely on the white shot. Let's we lose the second shot. So that's why there is white shot. So if you are not getting the person on a close shot, at least you see the person on the white shot.
Okay. So he's seconded. I now put the motion to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you are meant to project. Here, thank you, Mr. Chairman, is your prompt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, is your prompt. So the next resolution. Voting starts now. Please vote.
What should we vote? Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Banke, have you voted?
Voting has ended. On the resolution to elect Mr. Modi, it can't go off. I need it.
It has to stay.
On the resolution to elect Mr. Chika Nwodi as the director, we have 95% of the votes in favor, 3.15% against, and 1.85% abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutwa. I now declare the motion passed, Abi? Yes. Okay, thank you. No, it's not unanimous. Somebody said no. It's Tobina. As I'm also a director retiring by rotation, I will now hand over to Mr. Felix Ewemadu. Oresh, will you be Mr. Felix Ewemadu? To conduct the next part of the proceedings. Mr. Felix, please. So you're just moving for me to be elected.
I hereby move a motion for the chairman to be elected to the board.
Who second? Who? Okay, you move. Somebody should second.
I second.
But camera is somewhere else.
It's on Ururu.
Ororo, camera is on you. Somebody is seconding here.
In 2 seconds. Okay.
Okay. Now move it to here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
By the time we do a second one, they'll get it.
I'm sure.
Voting starts now. Please vote.
I shouldn't vote, Abi.
No, do.
No, I can't vote. It's for myself.
Vote.
Vote. You are voting for yourself.
Don't want to.
Yes, boss.
Don't want to enter.
Voting has ended. For the resolution to elect Mr. Mutiu Simonu as a director, we have 95.95% of the votes in favor of the resolution, 2.20% against the resolution, and 1.85% abstaining from the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mutua. We now oh, that's you. Absentee director.
I hereby declare the motion carried.
Okay. Now pass it over to me. Thank you, Mr. Felix. The final director retiring by rotation is His Majesty Inaemeka Achebe. I move that he be elected. Somebody seconds, Banker seconds. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote.
Godfrey, are those comments coming on YouTube? Okay, so it's at this point that we do is
Voting has ended. On the resolution to re-elect His Majesty Inaemeka A. Achebe as a director, we have 95.35% of the votes in favor of the resolution, 2.80% against the resolution, and 1.85% abstaining from the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now declare the motion carried. Okay. So the next item is to authorize to fix remuneration. I don't have to go over that because it's the same motion, or it's just...
Let's run.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is to authorize the directors to fix the remuneration of the independent auditors. KPMG Services have acted satisfactorily as our auditors for the past year. They are represented at this meeting by Mr. Goodluck Obi. They are represented at this meeting. No, that's audit committee. Yeah. Thank you. May I ask a shareholder to move the motion that the directors be and are hereby authorized to fix the remuneration and expenses of the auditors for the year ending 31st December 2020? Thank you. Who seconds the motion, please? Tobina, please second her. Thank you. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting. Please cast your votes. No. Yeah, when I say, okay, yeah. No. When the chairman can say cast your vote, but it goes to you.
You hand over to the registrar to take off.
Okay. So I can't say please cast your vote. That's what it says in the script, but okay. Okay, but please, why does the sound keep going off? Okay. Please note that as a poll was not called for in respect of this resolution, voting shall be by show of hands. Having introduced the nominated shareholders and explained the election procedure to you, I will now commence the election. By moving a motion for election on each contesting shareholder in alphabetical order as follows. The first candidate for election is Alhaji Wahab Ajani. I hereby move that Alhaji Wahab Ajani be and is hereby elected a representative of the shareholders on the audit committee of the company. Would someone please rise and second the motion? Thank you, Banky. I now put the motion to the meeting. Would I now put the motion to the meeting? Do I say? Yeah, for everybody.
No, we don't. You announce all the names.
That's what I've done.
No, do you announce all the names
Yes.
for all the auditors?
I have only 3. I don't have the.
Okay, so what will happen is
It's time for the test run with the board.
the names will be announced.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll now start selecting them one after the other. You don't need to say this appointment formation. It doesn't apply in this case.
Okay.
Then the chairman will then be announcing the names one after the other. We'll conduct the poll and say, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then he calls the next name. Do you understand?
Okay, so please, I have a question. Okay, go ahead, Tobina. All the names here.
No, what we can just say thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you call the next name. We'll now vote again. Say we should vote for so.
Okay, so there's no.
Then
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I now put the motion to the meeting. Would all those in favor of the motion please signify by raising their hand?
That's what we're trying to say. Instead of in favor, no, it will now be, we'll now call on others to vote in favor of, you call the first name. Once I don't count, you now tell you thank you, the chairman. You call the second name.
they are not supporting the motion in this case. It's
Okay.
voting
Okay.
for the polling.
Maybe I should look for something I sent to them now, the script. So that
Yes,
For
please.
that one that we did.
Are we done on this one? Are you okay with this one?
Not yet.
No, we're not done with this voting. This
Because
comes between.
board will soon,
I know.
or is Bidemi going to handle it?
She would let us know. Yeah. Once it's time, she will come here. But we also need to quickly finish this. So we're going to take the board through this process. And we're taking them through all the resolutions, are we?
Yes, we should.
Because, yeah. They're not joining physically, or they're on Teams. Yeah, they're on Teams. Yes, she's here physically. So how would it work? Is that we would all act it out for them to see and ask questions? Okay.
You test Facebook, don't worry.
Yes, she will be.
Test it.
Yeah. So that they can then ask questions. Yeah.
And where, like in this case that we're correcting,
Mm-hmm.
we understand what we should do that day.
Okay. He doesn't have the invitation though for that meeting. So what color? No problem. No problem. Let's have it because see, every other person who is not on the board is silver. No problem. No problem. Orange. It's not in my bag. It's there. I left it to charge there. Maybe they disconnected it.
Who
I need to
disconnected
charge
it?
you now. I need to charge.
Why?
I don't know now. That's what you did yesterday.
It's my own. No, don't remove it. Oh, that's my own.
No, but I had a charger there. Because if I don't put this to charge, it will go off. And when we are acting for the directors, there won't be anything to say.
The decola charge it, Joe.
No, I can't put it there now because I don't know what to say.
No power point on.
I thought there was one. Yeah. Okay, please let's continue the meeting. Banke, shareholder, please join the meeting. Special business. The next item is special business. We've gotten the. Oh, but nothing is on. The live stream is not showing.
Because of your power, so you use that one for now.
Eh.
You can't have your cake and eating it.
I'm just like, should we not do the live thing?
That's it now. That's the live.
But there are other sockets now.
The
Okay,
cable is not
because you
long
had
enough.
to extend it.
Yeah, you see the cable that is just dangling.
Okay. Can I go? Can I go on?
Don't worry. I'll explain to her. She'll use this one for now.
For now, just okay. Okay. The next resolution concerns the remuneration of directors, and I should mention at this stage that the directors have decided to divide any fees. So the directors concerned are His Majesty Naimeka Achebe, Mr. Mutiu Sumono, Mrs. Amona Lawal Ali, Mrs. Abiola Alabi, and Mr. Chika Mobi. Okay, no. So at this point, because it concerns non-executive remuneration, Chairman hands over to Mr. Felix. So I will now hand over to Mr. Felix to conduct the voting on the... No? He takes it. He can take it. Yeah, but he's a non-executive director. Yeah. He did that, yeah. Okay, all right, clear. So we would amend. Thank you. Okay, so this item, the directors concerned are such and such. May I ask a shareholder to move the following motion that in accordance with section something of the articles of the company, the remuneration be and is hereby fixed at 2 naira 5 kobo. Shareholder. You move the motion. Okay. Somebody seconds. Thank you. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's up.
Voting starts now. Please vote. What did you say?
You are getting comfortable with this experience, Abi. You see that it's working, even without the HDMI.
That you are getting comfortable. Voting has ended. On the resolution to fix the director's remuneration, we have 98% of the votes in favor of the resolution, 2% against the resolution, and none abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now declare the motion passed. The final item of business on the agenda. Okay. Okay. No, is it that I don't vote here? Because clear. That's what I meant. Okay, yeah. Clear.
So that you can see the implication.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is special business to consider and, if thought fit, pass the following resolution. Okay. That pursuant to something of the NSC, general mandates be given to directors, such and such and such. Please note that, as usual, transactions will be disclosed. I hereby move the following motion, that pursuant to such and such and such. Would someone please arise and second the motion? Thank you, Banky. Yeah. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote.
So every other person is saying yes.
No, there are no's. Several. You see.
He's controlling.
Who didn't vote? Did you vote, Banky? So it's very important to call it out, because at the last, remember the thing we had with the board, where one of the directors was asking to see is there any contentious resolution? Is there any, and we're like, oh no, we think it should pass. So we need to call it out.
So we have to vote. Everybody has to vote. Particularly those with the sizable. Who are those? So that we'll note.
Stand with them.
And vote. No, even for the yes. For. We need all the yeses to vote. Where a yes is not voting, we'll end up with this. So who is the yes that didn't vote?
Yeah, so do you need to count how many, just to be sure? 3. You have how many? You have 3. That's 6.
So everybody here, for this one, everybody should be voting yes, except
Him.
strategically.
Do you have this thing?
So that's the overseas, Uniliver overseas. It's just one.
No, I have overseas now.
Voting has ended.
I voted. Sorry, it might be to cure what's going on. Sorry, I didn't realize. Sorry. Don't I me, Jerry? Sorry, please. Sorry, I've put it away. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. What could, yeah, very essential. So it means we have to run the AGM from the top to bottom, and they will watch us live we have to, so that they can then ask questions and then. But how do they handle it? So if it's not passed, what next?
No, because we have done our work in terms of solicitation. I think we discussed with you yesterday now.
With Bidemi, I think.
So we tried to do some running around and we got, so we're actually,
Okay.
so it's something we already know.
But they need to be prepared for the
We could see from once we got the voting
proxies here.
we now understood that we needed to do something and we got in for it.
So sorry, can we do it again? Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Me, I shouldn't vote, yeah.
Voting starts now. Please vote.
Corona is real.
Voting has ended.
Okay.
Assuming everybody.
Can they?
This is what we want. This should be. This is exactly what it should be tomorrow.
Can there be an issue where somebody votes and they think they voted, but maybe like now I'm trying to vote. Yeah, so maybe just before it starts, before you say voting starts now, maybe I've pressed it and then I think I've voted.
That's why we read the instructions that you shouldn't press it before and that would announce when to vote.
Okay. So you will tell everybody that.
Kind of emphasize it. Voting will start after the resolution has been announced and when you are directed to vote.
So if it's not passed, what happens? What if it's not passed? What happens? What are
No, if we don't see this, then we'll know that there's a problem and we'll ask for the vote to be done again.
Okay.
So it's something we've experienced somewhere and we already knew because that's why this testing is necessary.
Okay. Yeah.
So we already know what we're expecting
Yeah.
and it's not in any way fraudulent. You ask us for the preview.
Yeah.
We have the proxies to
Yeah.
show, we have the figures to show.
Okay.
So we already worked around
Okay.
from the moment we discovered it.
Clear.
That's it. So if we don't see this tomorrow, we know that somebody is now voting.
Okay.
We're going to have to take it again.
Okay. So we need to point that out to them. Okay, thank you very much. I now declare the motion passed by simple majority. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for attending the meeting. As you go home, remember that Corona is real. I wish you a good day. So she's asking if can the music go off?
Mr. Sumono, please, can you hear me? I can't hear anything back.
Are we live? Can we? Okay. We're live.
So can you talk to him? All right, we're ready to go. Mr. Sumono, please, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can we go ahead?
Bidemi, there is a loud echo.
The one for Sumono.
Hello? Hello? The echo is still there. Please, why do we have the echo? Good afternoon, Toby. Good afternoon. Hello? Hello? The echo is still there.
Echo. Very, very bad echo.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, I think it's okay now. All right, Mr. Sumono, would you just like to start from page 4 of the procedure that you have, if you are there? Hello? I can't hear back from... Okay, I can see Mr. Sumono. You just showed him now. Hello? Hello, Mr. Sumono, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. because I'm saying him, but he can't hear me. Hello, Mr.
Bidemi, there's a very bad echo.
To resolve that, but I can see Mr. Somono. I don't think he can hear me. So I'm wondering, we can see him on the screen, but I don't think he can hear. He can hear. So let me call him. No, but we've been on Teams today. It has nothing to do with him. We just came out of a meeting. Hello. Hello, sir.
Yeah. No, I can hear you, but it's echoing very badly. Let me call you back. Yeah.
I wonder.
Hello.
Hi.
Appeared now.
Hello.
Hear you, sir.
Okay.
There's an echo still.
No more
the
echo.
The echoes seem to have disappeared.
Yeah. It's probably due to the connection in the office. We'll see.
Okay, so national anthem. Yeah.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rachel Ezembakwe. I want to give some brief on some safety protocols we observed during this event. You are most welcome. I want to start by appreciating your compliance to our COVID prevention protocols by putting on your mask. I would like to plead that you leave the mask on throughout the event. We have provided you personalized hand sanitizers on your tables. Please feel free to use throughout the event. We've tried to arrange the seating arrangement to observe the social distancing. We appeal that you maintain the seating arrangements we've made. Should you need to use the restroom, please take this exit door. The corridor on your left, the second door is for gents, while further down on that corridor, the last door is for ladies. If you want to use water and soap for washing hands, we have the washing facilities within the. During the event, should you feel unwell at any time, our medical team are staged in the lobby outside will be more than happy to render you any assistance you may require. We appeal that you maintain social distancing even if you are answering phones or anything within the lobby. Should there be an unlikely event of an emergency that will require us to evacuate this room, we will all take this exit, move through the main entrance, and muster at the car park where we'll receive further directives. Once again, thank you for complying with our protocols. You are most welcome and stay safe.
Thank you. Mr. Sumano, please, we need you to start with the procedure on page 4.
So are we going to go through this verbatim today, this afternoon?
Aaron.
To go through this?
But we're not going to, we have to, sir. That's the only way to ensure that we're set in terms of voting and everything. Yes.
Page. I mean, so for me, I think it's important for us to just see if there are any aspects of this procedure that you have laid out that require understanding. Otherwise, there's no point just going through it, saying the same thing I will say tomorrow here. So we just want to test that there is no likely hiccup in the flow.
Yes,
I don't know whether that is your idea, Bidemi.
Yes, it is. But if we don't go through, we won't know whether something is working or not. So that they will skip things like reading notice of meetings and reading independent auditors' reports, reading auditors' reports. But we should go through the procedure.
Okay. So we'll start.
If you want us to act it out while you watch, we're fine with it. Then you can give us questions and all of that. But I'm just saying, I don't want tomorrow we're having things like voting of audit committee members. Like we have like 36 names, for instance. I don't want it to be that it's tomorrow that you discover that. How are we going to run through it? So we can do like the role play if you are not prepared to go through. And then, but we're going to take out things like reading notice of meetings and all of those things out because that's not necessary.
Well, the only thing that I believe will look a bit challenging is the audit committee. But there are just so many names in the script that you have sent, and there is no other way to do this other than by calling them out one by one. So it will take as much time. I don't have a problem with that. Because I don't think there is a way you can whittle it down from
samples, for instance, of how we do that voting, because that's what we did when we came on Tuesday. That's what we did, and we discovered quite a number of itches, the flow and everything. If we haven't run it through once, we might not, because we're doing something peculiar in terms of the fact that we're streaming it live. We can't afford to have any break in the transmission. So that's the idea of going through and then making sure that, we're fine.
Good evening, I understand you. I've done this before. I've done this process before in Julius Berger. So, and that's why I feel that the way you have laid it out is perfect. The only, so which aspect do you think we should role play? I think let's break.
For instance, there are places where he would be Felix that will take over. When maybe we're voting on your re-election, and when we're voting on remuneration of NEDs. So I don't want it that it's tomorrow that Felix is finding out that he's going to do that.
I appreciate what you are doing. I'm just saying that I don't think we have to then act it out. So when it is time for me to be re-elected, I have to step down for Felix to now take over and run that particular session, and then he will hand back to me.
But this will not take more than 30 minutes. So if you are not prepared to go through, I think we would just we would do it and expect that it will go well tomorrow. But that's how I know that most people have had to run it, or else tomorrow we can't stop the transmission because it's going to be streamed live. So we have to have gone through it to make sure that it's done. But if you say that you're fine, it's okay. We will do it. Maybe we'll just exit all the other. We'll ask all the members of the board to exit, and then we'll go through it again.
Number, these 36 names. First of all, I hope there's no addition that will come into it tomorrow.
Can't come anymore. It's already closed. It's closed already.
Do this. We have to do this one by one. That's the most daunting bit for me. Having to go through each nomination one by one. But this is not going to be by poll, or is it going to be by show of hands or by poll?
Sorry, sir. It's by show of hands. That's what the law says. We can't do we can't do poll for audit committee members. It's by show of hands.
Okay.
So how do we count the hands?
Okay, Bidemi, tell me what you want me to do. Tell me what you want me to do that you are comfortable with. But I'm very happy to run this process the way you have laid it out. But to comfort, just direct me to specific areas where you want us to have a role play.
Let's just. So I think the first is when we're introducing. So introduction is on page 8. And so introduce yourself, Mr. Felix, who is on your left, and then myself. And then you now go ahead to, of course, introduce board members. So we wanted to demonstrate the fact that, wanted to show that we'll be able to show them, so that's one of the things we wanted to test. In terms of when they are being introduced, will we be able to show them? How would people see, the people that are watching, see that we can show them? So that was one area we felt we should look at. The other one, it has to do with voting. So you will call a poll on items 2, 3, 5, and 6 on the agenda. Item 4 is the one that relates to audit committee members. That would be by show of hands. And then the other important point is around question and answer. We don't want it to drag on for a long time. So we're saying that not more than maximum 40-45 minutes for that first item. After that, the others are to be run through. So just how the questions will be taken. And then, so there are two places where you hand over to Felix, where he takes over to run it for a few minutes before he hands it back. I think the first one has to do with because you're also retiring by rotation. So on page 22, you will hand over to Felix. Felix, are you on?
Yes, tell me I'm on.
Page 22, you also have that document, Felix. You will be handed over to till that motion is taken, and then you declare the results. So all the way to 24, page 24. And then that all the way till we get to where we're voting for the people. So we have 36 names. We had over 40 names actually, but we checked on the validity because some of the people that nominated were either not shareholders or some of them nominated people that were not shareholders. So we took those out, and then we have 36 names now. We have left a column in case people withdraw, because we've also seen that happens, whereby some people withdraw by maybe tomorrow morning. So if we have withdrawals, these numbers will go down. But as at now, there are 36 names. Oh, sorry, I'm told that I can't, that they are trying to speak to me, but I can't hear. So
Can you hear me at all?
She still can't hear us.
Can you hear me?
She can't hear us yet.
Oh.
It looks like they're trying to sort it out.
Hello? Hello, Biola, I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear us now. We were trying to talk to you. Mr. Asumanu was trying to talk to you about some of the spaces, but I don't think we were hearing him, so he's going to talk to you now.
I think, Bidemi, can you hear now? You raised an important point about introducing board members. So, how do we want to do that? Because if apart from Felix and yourself, who are physically with me in the room, how do I introduce the like of Chika, Madam Amuna, Biola? How?
On page 8, there's an item that there's the second to the last paragraph talks about, due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the rest of our directors are joining the meeting virtually. I will now proceed to introduce them. So starting with the Igwe. And that's what we wanted to test, that when you introduce them, there's something that should show. We have done like a slide that has all the pictures and names of all the board of directors. So that way, when we go through that, which was one of the reasons why we wanted to do this, then it will show that they will project them on the, like now, I don't know whether you can see, we're seeing the picture of the chairman. Yes. So when you read through and you call them one by one, the pictures will go to each person. So that's the best way to introduce them. However, tomorrow, during the question and answer session, we know that Carl may want to talk. Desola may want to answer a question as well, because they may ask a question that you feel Felix or Carl or Desola are best placed to answer. So that way also, we need to switch to them. So they will be on their videos, and then the camera will switch to them so that everybody can see.
Okay, but how do we stream questions to Carl, to Desola, who handles all of that?
So we have a board WhatsApp group. So anything that you feel they should answer, I will just let them know because they'll be listening in anyway on the questions. So I expect that as they're listening in, they're also taking notes. And then you can now say, I want Carl to answer this particular question because they're also participating anyway. It's just that they are doing so virtually. So they would have heard the question, but I can also like send them a WhatsApp message to say, you are likely to be the one to answer this question if you think so.
Can I come in, please?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
In terms of questions and answers, I think the way it's worked before, and I think it works very well, is that all the questions are put together. Then the chairman will make a few broad remarks and then hand over to the managing director. The managing director will take on the questions he wants to take on, and then he can now call on either the finance director or whoever else can do it. Rather than distributing, you pass it on to the MD. The MD will take on what he wants to take, and then call anybody else to re-emphasize.
Yeah,
it flows better that way.
I agree, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Majesty. So we'll do that, but even then, when that is done, the video still needs to switch to whoever is answering it because both Carl and Desola are joining virtually. They are not physically here. So when the questions are passed to Carl, the video will switch to him so that he is the one, all the people streaming live, it is Carl that they're going to be looking at.
Okay, I think that's very clear. But in terms of those who will ask the question, how do I call on them since they will also be virtual?
Most of the questions will be proxies, the proxies that are here, because proxies are going to be here. So most of the questions you will take are from these people. But the questions that will come on the net, because we agreed that we will take some of the questions that come maybe from the YouTube or Facebook as well, will be passed to me, and I will pass that to you as well.
No, I think if you get questions from the net, my advice is that make sure you pass it to the MD, to the finance director, and to Felix and myself, so that everybody knows exactly what is being asked.
I'll just drop the questions on the board's WhatsApp, so it's there for everyone to see.
Okay. What aspect do you think could be a bit problematic? We've dealt with the committee, we've dealt with question and answer.
It's resolution 6, the one that has to do with related parties transactions. That's where we see that we're likely to have a bit of an issue. However, the way we want to, once all the votes are cast, we should be fine. So, sorry? So, yeah, we can simulate it because the reason why there's likely to be an issue there is that Uniliver is not able to vote on that resolution because they're interested people. Uniliver is an interested party in respect of that resolution. So its overwhelming majority will not count on that resolution.
Hey, what did the resolution say?
It's the related parties. It's item number 6. I'll just point you to the page so that we can go there quickly. Okay, so it's a special business, but we're granted permission to take it because it's by ordinary resolution. It says that pursuant to Rule 20.8 of the Rule Book of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, 2015 Issuers Rule, a general mandate be and is hereby given authorizing the company during the 2020 financial year and up to the date of the next annual general meeting to procure goods and services and financing and enter into such incidental transactions necessary for its day-to-day operations from its related parties or interested persons on normal commercial terms consistent with the company's transfer pricing policy. All transactions falling under this category, which were earlier entered into in 2020 prior to the date of this meeting, are hereby ratified. Yeah, so that's the resolution.
Have we done this in the past? I can't remember.
We've done it for over 5 years now, since the rule came into being in 2015.
Has it been problematic? I'm just trying to get a feel for why you think it will be tricky.
It's been, but you know, the difference this time is that this is being done by proxy. Before, you will have other shareholders in the room, and then I think also maybe as a reflection of the results and all of that. So usually Stanbic nominees have, you know, voting patterns that they tell us ahead when they send in their proxies. So you can already see if we're close or not. So we found out that a lot of their beneficiaries are voting against that resolution for one reason or the other. Sometimes it's a reflection of people are just not happy and they think that you're, you know, why should they vote that you begin to deal with, you continue to deal with your related parties. So, but the reason why there's an issue with it is because Uniliver is unable to vote on that resolution, but we've always gotten it passed in times past. The shareholders will make a bit of noise around it, but they will pass it usually.
Who is the proxy for Uniliver in this meeting?
Sir, you are, but you can't vote on it. You can't vote on this resolution. So you can vote on all the resolutions, but you can't vote on this particular one.
Me too. I think the important thing is that we now have sufficient votes for that particular resolution. That's absolutely. Yeah, that's the important thing. So
I mean, from your own assessment, will there be sufficient vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There would be.
I think that resolution and the election of the audit members, I think these are the critical points there. You know, I think everything else is very much in line with the. I call it the cookbook, but it's a guidebook, and it takes you through, you know, point by point basis, what to do at what point and so on. And if there's anything else, maybe if you're here, if you arrive a half an hour early and sit down with PW for 10 minutes, she can point you to any other things to be careful about. In any case, she's going to sit next to you anyway, and she's going to pass slips of paper to you. But the guidebook is clear, it's very, very clear. And you know, you just read it and pause when you have to pause. It tells you when to pause.
Okay.
William, over to you.
Yeah, so I think that's it. We would do the simulation just to be sure that for our own purposes after the board members have dropped off. Okay, and then there's an interview after from by Channels TV immediately after the AGM. It's very short. And then one question. Yes, it's just one question. Yeah. So I think that's about it. I don't know whether there are any other questions. I can't hear again.
I'm on the line.
That's fine, so that you can drop off and we will continue.
Bidemi, can you hear us?
I don't.
Hola.
I think we need to sort out
this is a this is a big issue that we need to sort out. It's technology. She can't hear us again.
Okay.
Tande?
I wanted to suggest that when they now do the simulation.
My mic is off. Hello, Carl, I can hear you. I can hear everyone actually.
Okay, Bidemi.
Bidemi, I think we need to really coordinate how and when who will talk, because if I use this as the what's going to happen tomorrow, then it's not going to be nice, because I think you cannot hear a lot of what we're saying, and the coordination is a bit on the difficult side.
Hear you, Carl. I can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me, Bidemi? You go here.
I can hear you.
Okay. Basically, tomorrow, the chairman of the meeting is in charge, and he'll do most of the talking and appointing people. So the other directors, whether we're physically there or not there, don't say anything unless the chairman asks you to say something. So there should be a bit of order there. And I was going to suggest also that when you do the simulation after we have left this platform, if anything comes up that is important for us to know, just do a quick note, put it on the WhatsApp platform, and we'll all pick it up against tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Noted.
Okay.
IT people to be around you. Honestly, that is the greatest risk in all of this.
Yeah.
If there is a glitch in the network, it ruins the process.
Manager is here.
Test the system well before time. They should test the system well before time, which I believe they will anyway. Okay, thank you very much, Bidemi. Well done. Well done.
Okay, Bidemi, can I suggest that I stay online just for us to test this platform? When everybody drops off, just let me stay online to make sure you can still hear this platform and we can connect. Because I think the greatest issue would be if at some point in time you can hear us and we can't hear you and respond to questions. So let me stay online and work with you and IT.
And Felix also to stay online.
Okay. I can, all right, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow, Bidemi, by 9:30.
Sir, please make it, try and target 9, sir, because sometimes there's traffic on the toll gate side. So please target 9. Then this thing keeps going off and on. So there's a problem here. That's where the problem is. I just didn't want to see it. This your mic keeps going on and off. Good afternoon.
Sorry, the network is not on our side. What we're trying to do, connecting the people on the team with a house here, there will always be. In fact, somebody told us
Good morning, Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rachel Ezenbakwe, just to take us through some safety protocols we will observe during this event. First, I want to thank you for complying with our COVID-19 prevention protocols by putting on your mask. We plead that you keep the mask on throughout the event. We have provided you personalized hand sanitizers on your table. Kindly use as you wish. We've arranged this room to observe social distancing. We plead that you maintain the sitting arrangements. Should you want to use water and soap to wash your hands, we have washing facilities within the restrooms. This you can access by exiting this door. Take the corridor by your left. The second door is for gents, and further down on that corridor, the last door is for ladies. Should you feel unwell at any time during this event, we have our medical team staged in the lobby. We'll be happy to provide you any assistance that you may require. Should we have any unlikely event of an emergency that will require us to evacuate this room, we will all take this exit, take the main entrance out of the building, and muster at the car park where we will receive further instructions. Once again, thank you and welcome. Stay safe. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. You may have noticed His Majesty is not physically present at today's meeting. His Majesty is joining us virtually, but has asked that I chair the meeting to... Where are you starting from? From the top. Distinguished shareholders. Okay.
So you can see that your mic is going off and on. She didn't touch it. The mic is not stable. It's the same thing that was happening with mine. But we won't be able to do this tomorrow. So why are your mics not working? Nobody touched it. How? It's going on and off by itself.
Distinguished shareholders, ladies and gentlemen, the time is 10 o'clock. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 95th Annual General Meeting of our company. I have received confirmation from our registrar, Greenwich Registrars and Data Solutions Limited, that we have a quorum as required by Article 54 of the company's articles. The meeting, having been duly convened and properly constituted, is hereby declared open. As you may have noticed, His Majesty is not physically present at today's meeting. His Majesty is joining us virtually, but has asked that I chair the meeting to forestall possible IT challenges with chairing the meeting remotely. I also wish to inform you that this meeting is being held via proxy. This is as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the current restrictions imposed by government on the number of persons at gatherings of this nature, the maximum number being 20 persons. We sought and have received the approval of the Corporate Affairs Commission and the Nigerian Stock Exchange to hold this meeting by proxy. We sought and have received the approval of the Corporate Affairs Commission to hold this meeting by proxy. Accordingly, the meeting is being streamed live to enable shareholders, regulators, observers, Thank you. Accordingly, the meeting is being streamed live to enable shareholders, regulators, observers, and other stakeholders who are not able to join physically follow the proceedings. Furthermore, I wish to inform you that safety and health measures have been put in place by our company for this meeting. In compliance with government directives, the number of persons physically present at this meeting has been limited to a maximum of 20. Hand sanitizers and face masks have also been made available at the venue of this meeting, and several other precautionary measures have been employed, including temperature checks before entry into the venue and requiring that attendees keep the recommended distance between each other. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 6 items of business before you today. You will have opportunities to move and second motions to the meeting and to vote on each motion. There will also be ample opportunity for questions and comments. Please ensure that you raise your hand and receive approval before you speak. As we wish to have a full recording of this meeting, microphones connected to a tape recorder and amplifying equipment are in use so that everyone present should be able to hear. I would therefore request that those moving or seconding motions put to the meeting, making comments or asking questions, please step forward to the microphone stand in the aisle closest to you and speak clearly into the microphone. Before speaking, kindly commence by stating your name. I wish to appeal to each questioner to be brief, and please restrict him or herself to one question only, so as to give others a chance to also ask questions. I would like to inform all members that the Register of Directors is available for inspection during the meeting in compliance with Section 2758 of CAMA. Before moving to the formal aspect of this meeting, I would like to introduce very briefly members of the board. I'll start with myself. I am Mr. Sumono, an independent non-executive director. I was appointed to the board in December 2015. To my left, I have Mr. Felix Enwemadu, an executive director. He was appointed to the board in October 2016. To my right, I have Mrs. Bidemi Ademola, the company secretary. She was appointed as company secretary in January 2012. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the rest of our directors are joining the meeting virtually. I will now proceed to introduce them. First, we have His Majesty, who is a non-executive director and chairman of the board. Excuse me. He was appointed as chairman in July 2011. I also have Mr. Carl Cruz, who's the managing director. He was appointed as the MD in February 2020, this year. It's my pleasure to welcome him to his first AGM with the company. Amuna Lawal Ani is an independent director. She is also joining us virtually. We have Mrs. Adesola Shotande Peters, who's the finance director and who was appointed to the board in January 2015. Mrs. Abiola Alabi is a non-executive director. She joins us virtually as well. We also have Mr. Chika Hobi, who's a non-executive director who was appointed to the board in January last year. The full profiles of all the directors can be found in the annual report. I would now like to introduce the representative of our auditors, KPMG Professional Services, Dr. Goodluck Obi. Our registrars, Greenwich Registrars and Data Solution Limited, Mrs. Anne Mutua. The Nigerian Stock Exchange, represented by Mr. Godstime Iwenekai. That's the audit. Yes, they showed. They showed audit committee. Okay. So NSC. The Securities and Exchange Commission, Mrs. Amina Tanko, who is joining us virtually. The Corporate Affairs Commission has informed us that they would likely join this meeting virtually. I would now introduce members of the Audit Committee. The shareholders' representatives on the Audit Committee are Mr. David Oguntoye, who's chairman of the Audit Committee, Alhaji Wahab Ajani, and Mr. Kolawole Durojaye. The members who are also, the board members who are also members of the Audit Committee are Amuna Lawal Andli, Mrs. Abiola Alabi, and Mr. Chika Obi. I would also like to introduce the persons who have been appointed as proxies and who are attending this meeting in person for themselves and as proxies for shareholders who couldn't join physically. They are Sir Sonny Nwosu, Mr. Boniface Okezie, Mr. Matthew Akinlade, Mr. Benga Idowu, Mrs. Bisi Bakari, Mr. Adebayo Adeleke, and Mr. Nona Awo. His Majesty and myself are also nominated proxies for this meeting. I will now call on the company secretary to read the notice of meeting, which is on pages 9 to 11 of the annual report and the financial statements. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Ademola. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as is the custom at our annual general meeting, I would like to give a brief overview of the company's activities in 2019 before we transact the ordinary business of the day. My statement is on pages 12 to 16 of the annual report and financial statement booklet. I will now proceed to read same unless you would rather have it taken as read. So taken as read. Thank you. Distinguished shareholders, ladies and gentlemen, item 1 on the agenda is to lay before the members the report of the directors, the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2019, and the reports of the Audit Committee and the independent auditors thereon. As copies have been circulated to you in accordance with the Companies and Allied Matters Act and the Company's Articles of Association, I hereby lay before this meeting the report of the directors, the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2019, and the reports of the Audit Committee and the independent auditors thereon. I will now call on Dr. Goodluck Obi, a partner in the firm of KPMG, the independent auditors, to read the independent auditors report, which is on pages 48 to 52 of the annual report for the year ended 31st December 2019. Dr. Goodluck Obi, please. Okay. I just wanted the camera to switch so that we know. Yes, they switched. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Obi. I will now call on Mr. Oguntoye, the chairman of the Audit Committee, to read the report of the Audit Committee to the members of Uniliver Nigeria PLC, which is on page 46 of the annual report. Thank you, Mr. Oguntoye. I shall be pleased to answer questions and take comments which you may have on the chairman's statements earlier presented and on the 2019 annual report before we proceed to the next item of business. In making your comments and or asking your questions on the reports, it would help to ensure that we give the right answer if you would refer to the page on the report and the financial statements to which your comments and or questions relate. Members should please be brief in their comments and restrict questions to one or two to afford others the opportunities to ask questions. Each questioner should please give his or her full name over the microphone and state his questions slowly, please. Shareholders who are following the proceedings online can also write their questions in the comments section of the online platform which they are following the meeting. We will, as time permits, read out and answer some of those questions. Are there any comments or questions, please? Please. No, Demola, the mic isn't on.
Hello. Demola, come here.
So I would like to ask that when...
Thank you, shareholder Demola.
Can Desola please answer the question? Desola?
I think they need your mic to come on now.
Can you hear us? Okay, can you hear us? Okay.
I can't. Okay. Please turn on this mic. I don't have my phone. All right, Sheikh.
Desola. I feel it. What they've done is that they've muted all of us, yeah? Until when it gets to our turn to talk. Ah, okay. That's right. Yeah, I just checked with Godfrey. Okay. Yeah.
So. Hello? Okay, Desola, please, can you answer? So a question was asked because we need your video and then for you to please speak so we're sure that we can switch to you.
Am I dressed appropriately? Sorry. Okay, so I'll put on my video. Can you see me? Can you see me?
Not yet. Okay, now we can.
Okay, so can you hear me if I answer a question?
Yes, we can hear you.
But there's an echo though.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Disola. Felix, please, can we also try with your video and with speaking?
Okay, are you speaking? I'll be there live, isn't it?
Would have been called, I would have tested, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
It's okay. Okay. So questions have been answered. In exercise of the powers conferred on me by virtue of Section 224 of the Companies and Allied Matters Act, I hereby call for a poll on items 2, 3, 5, and 6 on the agenda. Accordingly, voting for these resolutions will be done electronically. Each shareholder has been given a voting device, and the results will be displayed on the live streaming of the meeting so that those who are not physically present can view them. Kindly note that each resolution at this meeting requires 50% of the votes cast in order for it to be passed, being ordinary resolutions. I now invite Greenwich registrars to provide guidance on the electronic voting process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, and distinguished shareholders. We shall now run through the instructions for electronic voting. An electronic device was issued to you at the point of accreditation. The device has been activated and is ready for use even if the mask is blank. Please avoid pressing any button before the votes are announced. A resolution will be announced and voting for the resolution will commence after the resolution has been announced. You'll be directed on when to start voting. On the voting pad, 1 represents yes, 2 represents no, and 3 represents abstain. Press 1 for yes, press 2 for no, press 3 for abstain. Voting for a resolution starts and finishes in 30 seconds. Voting results will be displayed immediately after each voting session ends. Unit holding indicated on the results slide is in shareholding percentage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutua. We will now proceed to item number 2 on our agenda, which is the election of directors retiring by rotation and the election of a director appointed since the last AGM in accordance with CAMA. In accordance with Section 249 of CAMA, Mr. Carl Cruz was appointed as Managing Director to fill a casual vacancy left by the resignation of Mr. Yao Nsako since the last general meeting. Pursuant to CAMA, may I ask a shareholder to move the following motion: that Mr. Carl Cruz be and is hereby elected as a director of the company. Someone to move, please. No, not yet. Okay, motion moved. Would someone please rise and second the motion? Seconded, thank you. I now put the motion to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote. Voting has ended. On the resolution to elect Mr. Carl Cruz as a director, we have 94.6% in favor of the resolution, 5.4% of the votes against the resolution, and none abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Motwa. I now declare the motion carried. Distinguished shareholders, you would have seen from the report that 3 directors are retiring by rotation at this meeting. In accordance with the articles of the company and being eligible, the retiring directors offer themselves for re-election. They are Mr. Nwobi, myself, Mr. Sumono, and His Majesty. The first director retiring by rotation is Mr. Nwobi, a non-executive director. May I ask a shareholder to move the following motion: that Mr. Nwobi, who retires by rotation at this AGM, and who being eligible for re-election, be and is hereby re-elected as a director of the company. Shareholder to move. Thank you. Shareholder to second. Thank you. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote. Voting has ended. On the resolution to elect Mr. Chika Nwobi as a director, we have 94.58% of the votes in favor of the resolution, 5.42 against the resolution, and none abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. I now declare the motion carried. The next as I am also a director retiring by rotation, I will now hand over to Mr. Ewemadu to conduct this part of the proceedings. So, the next director retiring by rotation at this annual general meeting is Mr. Sumono. May I ask a shareholder to move the following motion: that Mr. Sumono, who retires by rotation at this AGM and who being eligible for re-election, be and is hereby re-elected as a director. Shareholder moves. Somebody else seconds. Thank you. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote. Voting has ended.
I did one. I pressed one.
That's why it's showing this.
Okay. Sorry.
He cannot.
Okay, so can we do
yes,
that? So
we'll
voting
just
again.
We'll take it again. Is good to see
Once you press the wrong thing, you're in trouble.
That's because you are 4 point something million. That's why that's 93. And that's why you won't vote for the last one.
because you have override any other.
Clear. Clear.
Voting starts now. Please vote. Voting has ended. On the resolution to elect Mr. Mutiu Sumono as the director, we have 94.57% in favor of the resolution, 5.43 against the resolution, and none abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutua. I now declare the motion carried. I will now hand over to Mr. Sumono, who has been duly re-elected as a director, to continue with the rest of the proceedings. The final director retiring by rotation at this meeting is His Majesty, a non-executive director and chairman of the board, who is over 70 years of age, special notice having been given to the company pursuant to Section 256 of CAMA. May I ask a shareholder to move the following motion: that His Majesty Igwe Naemeka Achebe, who retires by rotation at this AGM and who, being eligible for re-election, be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Shareholder moves, shareholder seconds. Thank you. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote. Voting has ended. On the resolution to elect His Majesty Naemeka A. Achebe as the director, we have 94.58% in favor of the resolution, 5.42% against the resolution, and none abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. I now declare the motion carried. The next item on the agenda is to authorize the directors to fix the remuneration of the independent auditors. KPMG Professional Services have acted satisfactorily as our independent auditors for the past year and are represented at this meeting by Dr. Goodluck Obi, partner. KPMG Professional Services have also indicated their willingness to continue as the company's independent auditors. Please note that under Section 253 of CAMA, the retiring auditors are reappointed without any resolution being passed. However, Section 361 of CAMA requires that the auditor's remuneration shall be fixed by the company in general meeting or in a manner as the company in general meeting may determine. May I ask a shareholder to move the following motion: that the directors be and are hereby authorized to fix the remuneration and expenses of the auditors for the year ended 31st January 2020. Shareholder moves, shareholder seconds. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote. Voting has ended. On the resolution to authorize directors to fix the auditor's remuneration, we have 99.94% votes in favor. We have 0.06 against the resolution and none abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutua. I declare the motion carried. We would now proceed to item 4 on our agenda, which is the election of the shareholders' representatives on the Audit Committee in accordance with sections 214 and 359(5) of CAMA. In accordance with the above section of CAMA, our Audit Committee comprises of 3 representatives of the directors and 3 representatives of the shareholders. The directors have elected their own representatives. You are to elect today the 3 validly nominated shareholders to represent you for the year 2020. Please note that voting shall be by show of hands in accordance with section 225 of CAMA. In accordance with section 359 of CAMA, the company secretary had received valid nominations in writing 21 days before the AGM from 36 shareholders, each nominating another shareholder as a member of the committee. Accordingly, the valid nominees now being presented to you for election are Oguntoye Olusegun David, nominated by Timothy Ayobami Adesina. Ajani Wahab Abidoye, nominated by Ibekwe Robert Adinuba. Durojaye Kolawole, nominated by Matthew Akinlade. Okunola Emmanuel Olarewaju, nominated by Olagoke Samson Olusegun. David Abimbola Solomon, nominated by David Matthew Oluwadamilola. David, okay, skip. Having introduced the nominated shareholders and explained the election procedure to you, I will now commence the election by moving for a motion for election on each contesting shareholder as follows. The first candidate for election is Okay, so we'll conduct show. So the first candidate for election. So I don't have to move.
No, you just announce his name.
You will take over.
Yes, you take over. So she will announce his name.
What should we just, we will hand over to the registrars.
But he will call the name, each name. So once he announces the first name, we'll start. We'll conduct, and then we'll finish and say, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
We'll say, thank you, Mr. Chairman. He'll call the next name. And that's all we're going to do for each of the 36, is when we say thank you.
So when it says the first candidate for election is?
Yes.
What will happen?
That's so and so. I'll hand over to the registrars to proceed with the elections.
But you can't say that for 36.
No, that's what I said. For each of them, once we start, right, we just brief him before the meeting. Once we start, we'll finish with this one and say, thank you, Mr. Chairman, we may proceed. Then he calls the next name.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, we may proceed. The next name. Like that until we finish. It will be very fast because they already know who they are voting. They are voting for just 3 people. So most people, you don't even see one hand raised. Okay. Once we announce, in 30 seconds, we'll be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who will be writing down the votes?
So Tobina will come in at that point.
All right.
Yes. So take. We'll have a sheet of paper.
Yeah, Shade has already done the thing that has a column to write the
Okay.
number.
So against each of the nominees, we have their votes in.
Yes.
So that's what we'll be adding up.
Yes. Yes.
Voters is repeated for all the candidates. So therefore we just note.
Okay, no, ma'am, that has not sorry.
Yeah, but there's no motion.
Yes.
All right. Desola, are you still on or you're gone?
I'm here.
I think Felix can drop off, and I don't know whether Madam Abmuna is still on as well.
No, she's dropped off.
No, I'm on. No.
Okay, sorry, madam.
I've been here all through.
Okay.
I've been there.
We can hear you. Thank you for joining. I think we can release you now. Thank you, ma. Since we can hear you and you can hear us now.
Okay. So, Bidemi, should I stay on?
Yes, I think Desola, you should still please stay on. Thank you. Just in case. Thank you, ma. All right.
Okay, so the above procedure, so a name is called, show of hands, next name. Okay, so results of the election. Distinguished shareholders, I am pleased to announce that our returning officers have completed counting of the votes and the results are as follows. So that paper will be passed to him so he can discuss. From the scores just announced, the following 3 shareholders are hereby declared elected as shareholders' representatives on the audit committee of the company for the year 2020. 1, 2, 3 names. I wish to congratulate them on your behalf. The directors have appointed their own 3 members of the audit committee to make up 6 members, being the maximum number required by CAMA. The directors' representatives are Mrs. Abiola Alabi, Mr. Chika Nwobi, Miss Amuna Lawal Ali. I now present to you the full composition of the audit committee for the 2020 financial year, which would hold office until the next general meeting. They are 1, 2, 3 for shareholders, Mrs. Abiola Alabi, Mr. Chika Nwobi, and Amuna Lawan Ali. Special business. The next item on the agenda is special business. Please be informed that as required by the Corporate Affairs Commission guidelines, the approval of CAC was sought and obtained to conduct special businesses which at this AGM. This item concerns the remuneration of directors, and I should mention at this stage that the NEDs have decided to divide any fees voted to them by the company in general meeting in accordance with Article 74 of the company. Being a beneficiary myself, I now ask Mr. Felix Iwemadu to conduct this part of the proceedings. So, Anne, you were saying that he may not have to hand over? It doesn't work for remuneration. They're saying that it's okay, even if he's also a director, he may not have to hand over to Felix.
I just feel that because he's a beneficiary. I know the chairman usually does it and is a beneficiary.
So he doesn't have to
we-
hand over.
I don't know. I've seen it done in different
I've
ways.
also seen this handover.
Let's just do it so that
Okay. So Mr. Felix takes over, and this item on the agenda concerns the remuneration of NEDs. The directors are recommending that their remuneration remains at the same level as was approved by members last year for year ending 31st December 2020, that is 10 naira. In addition, sitting allowances will be paid at standard agreed rates for each meeting attended. And the chairman will be entitled to a vehicle and vehicle maintenance benefit of 2 naira per annum. The directors concerned are His Majesty, Mr. Sumono, Amuna, Mrs. Alabi, and Mr. Wobi. May I ask a shareholder to move the following motion, that in accordance with Article 74 of the Articles of the Company, the remuneration of NEDs in respect of the year ending 31st December 2020 remain as follows: 2 naira per annum and vehicle maintenance of 2 naira. Shareholder moves, thank you. Shareholder seconds, thank you. I now put the motion to the meeting for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote. Voting has ended. On the resolution to fix the director's remuneration, we have 100% votes in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutwa. I declare the motion carried. The motion carried unanimously. Special business. The next item on the agenda is special business, and it is to consider and, if thought fit, pass the following as an ordinary resolution of the company: that, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rule Book of the NSC 2015, Issuers Rule, a general mandate be and is hereby given authorizing the company during the 2020 financial year and up to the date of the next AGM to procure goods, services, and financing and enter into such incidental transactions necessary for its day-to-day operations from its related parties or interested persons on normal commercial terms, consistent with the company's transfer pricing policy. All transactions falling under this category, which were earlier entered into in 2020 prior to the date of this meeting, are hereby ratified. I wish to draw your attention to the circular to shareholders on pages 119 and 120 of the annual report and financial statements, which provide more information in respect of the related parties' transactions contemplated. Please note that, as usual, the actual transactions will be disclosed in the annual reports and FS for the current year. I hereby move that the resolution be passed as an ordinary resolution of the company. Would somebody move, please? Thank you. Someone else to second, please. Thank you. I now put the motion for voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Voting starts now. Please vote.
about to.
Hey,
I
this is
didn't
okay.
vote.
Somebody needs to go and sit beside
not voting.
Tobe tomorrow.
I'm not voting. I'm not voting.
Voting has ended.
How is that possible?
You got a last minute.
So they communicated the forms that in the
Because we had 40 something before.
sorry.
Hey.
Hallelujah.
I know, but I'm just saying, how did it happen? From the position that
From their own communication, their schedule, there was, this is against, so this is 80 million against, and this is 2 million against, so it's against our 30 something that day. Then we were able to match up to 94 million, but they now communicated that every other person that is against, every other thing is for. So,
I don't understand.
So this guy is for, or 6, because he's not against it. So he's now for 6.
Oh, really? So all the people that are not against, they are for it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So things are looking up.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
We have 70.79% in favor of the resolution, 29.21 against, and none abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mutwa. I hereby declare the motion carried. Distinguished shareholders, ladies and gentlemen, we have now completed the formal business of the AGM, and I would like to thank you on behalf of the board and management for demonstrating your continued interest in and support of the company's affairs by attending this unique meeting. I urge you to, in view of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, continue to practice social distancing and other advised safety measures in order to keep healthy. I wish you safe journey back to your various destinations. I now declare the meeting closed.
I'll read it from my laptop. Yeah.
Okay, so read it from your laptop.
Okay.
You
So
might
let's
change
go.
it.
1 second. Unilever operates a funded benefit scheme for
Yeah,
retired
it is, yeah.
employees.
Okay.
The funded benefit scheme is for retirees who have received pension with effect from January 2013.
Hold on, Chairman.
Only
Hold on, Chairman.
only
Okay.
employees.
Hold on, sir. On page 14, I hear that you are going to pay 10 million naira into my bank account. Please confirm.
I am unable to confirm that, sir.
Okay,
You'll get a letter from me in due course.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can go on with the rest of the report.
Okay. So as I was saying, although our company has been able to carry on partial operations on the basis of the essential nature of products for personal and home hygiene, the fact remains the operations are carried out under extreme conditions with epileptic support from partners. I am pleased to share that our approach to business in 2020 is to remain resolute in the face of daunting circumstances of COVID-19. Unilever will continue to focus on driving improvements in its operational efficiency despite the circumstances. We will therefore constantly monitor local and global environments and appropriately apply pragmatic and dynamic approaches to business execution. We will actively position ourselves to mine all available market opportunities while putting health and well-being first and drive our purpose to make sustainable living commonplace. Can you still hear me?
Yes, Chairman Goke. Which football team do you support?
I support Arsenal.
Chairman Goke, do you know that Arsenal was recently beaten black and blue by Man City? Why do you still support them?
I can't recollect such events. I can only remember that Arsenal recently beat Liverpool, title winning team.
By how many goals?
2-1. 2-1.
So they were
3
only
points
lucky.
is what matters.
They were lucky to get the second goal in the dying minutes.
Well, you have to take chances that come to you, and we did.
What do you feel about the impact of COVID on the English Premier League?
Well, certainly it delayed. It led to a delay in the completion of the league. The schedule of the league changed radically. So that
Chairman Goke, speak louder a little bit, please.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me better? Yeah. So I said it would affect the transfer market as well. Nobody is sure about the value of players, whether there will be a change in valuation of players. Also, nobody knows when the transfer window would actually end. Things have changed. The schedule has been turned upside down. So we wait.
Yeah, Chairman Goke, please continue with your reading. Chairman Goke, can you hear me? Let me check. Okay. He's speaking, but we can't hear him. Chairman Goke, please speak. He's still talking.
The code of corporate governance.
Yeah.
The board for an internal evaluation exercise. Hello, hi. 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 Hello, hi.
So maybe.
Hold on.
Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello, 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 hello.
Goke, can you say
Hello,
something now?
hello, hello. Yeah, I'm saying things. Can you hear me? Hello, hi. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello,
Yeah,
hello,
I
hello.
can.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hi. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello, 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 hi. Hello, hi. Hello, 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 hi. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello, hi.
Hello, Goke.
Yes, I can hear you. Can
Goke,
you
what
hear
did
me?
happen now? How
Hello,
far
hi.
now?
Hello, hi. Hello, hello, hello,
Hello,
hello, hi.
Goke, how you
Hello,
doing now?
hi. Hello, hi. Yeah, I did. Can you hear me?
I dey feel you, Jare. Which state you come from, sef?
Okay.
Just I don't know whether na
Kwara
South or
State.
waiting.
Kwara State.
Kwara State. Now you drink ogogoro there.
No, we know they drink ogogoro.
Ah,
Na
but
milk we
you
dey
come up
drink.
for Lagos, so which kind you know dey drink ogogoro? How you take enter
Na
here?
milk we dey drink. We know they drink
But
ogogoro.
we don dey share passport for Lagos, so we can go
Na
back.
shinap. Na shinap.
Omo, cool down,
Eh?
Jare boy.
Èmi ni mo
Take your
sọ̀rọ̀.
time, I go cut this mic for your ear.
Ẹ kí n kàn máa ṣe hello lọ.
Hello, wo ló ń ṣe
Okay,
lọ? Ṣọmọge
okay,
ló ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ni?
okay.
Mi ń bèrè
Ṣé
ọ̀rọ̀
ẹ
lọ
ṣì ń
yẹn.
gbọ́ mi? Ṣé ẹ ṣì ń gbọ́ mi?
School wo ló lọ?
Uni Ìlọrin ni. Uni Ìlọrin ni.
Ah, ṣé school wà mẹ́yẹn ṣá?
Well,
Ó
bá a
sọ
ṣe
pé
rí
school wà
náà
mẹ́.
nìyẹn. Ọlọ́run help wa.
Okay,
Ọlọ́run help wa.
okay, kò sí wàhálà. We are clear
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
now. We are clear on
Okay.
the
So
speakers.
my volume is good for you, Abi?
The volume is very high. It's very good for us, and there is no
Okay,
noise.
great.
So I know we are still going to be on YouTube. So I will just clarify YouTube now. You can stop talking. No
Yeah.
wàhálà.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking.
Okay, you're too serious now. Someone is asking, say you went to Uniliver. You could have told him you went to one community.
This chain are fan like fan abi.
It's irritating sound.
Irritating sound. Irritating sound. Ilé ìdẹ́ pé tó náà dùn tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ó máa jò kó sí. Tẹ́lẹ̀ yẹn tó bá tẹ̀ gbẹ́mu sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kò lè bá. Everybody máa ṣe Mr. Ali. Audio main source from the things. I can reduce the
What is that, man? What? I'm not to you.
Very reduce there. You might cut out. Yeah, it is only one.
I'm not in your noise. Going to one permanent line. Somebody will. I'm not too near saying, I'm not too bad because of test.
Testing microphone.
Hello? You can hear me, Abby?
Okay, we can hear you. I go okay. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, okay.
I think that noise is reducing, right?
Yes, it is, but I want to take you out.
Okay. Huh?
YouTube is okay now.
Yeah, Goke, can you read something for us, please?
Okay. Okay. Just give me a second. Uniliver provides the right atmosphere for directors to exhibit leadership and enhance their capabilities. The board is evaluated locally and at Uniliver Africa cluster level on an annual basis. The board and individual directors are benchmarked against the requirements of the Code of Business Principles, the code policies, the laws and regulations of Nigeria, the SEC Code of Corporate Governance, the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance, and other relevant governance provisions. The scope of evaluation covers compliance, contribution to the board agenda for the year, attendance at meetings, quality of discussions at board meetings.
Because you were coming close to the hole now.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mike.
I think it's a bit better. So, Goke, they want you to keep talking.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Can
Yeah?
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. His Majesty will also retire by rotation and offer himself for a special notice of his age has been given to the company, pursuant to Section 256 of the Companies and Allied Matters Act. In addition, Mr. Cruz, who was appointed since the last AGM, will retire at this meeting and, being eligible, offer himself for re-election. Are you still hearing me? Are you still hearing me? The Audit Committee, established in accordance with the provisions of Section 359, comprises 3 shareholders and 3 directors. The chairman is a shareholders representative. During the year under review, the committee met 4 times. The functions are governed by the provisions of Section 359.
Chairman Goke.
Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
Chairman
I can
Goke,
hear
can
you.
you hear me?
I hear you.
Chairman Goke, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you too. Can you go to maybe page 24?
Okay, 1 second. Just a second. Okay. General Counsel.
Yes.
Mrs. Bidemi Ademola is a corporate counsel and chartered secretary with experience spanning over 24 years of commercial law and corporate governance practice in Nigeria and West Africa. She is listed on the Legal 500 GC Power List Africa. Her forte is to proactively identify legal, regulatory, compliance, and corporate governance risks to businesses.
Okay, Chairman Goke. What was the revenue in the results?
Let's say 8 billion naira.
Okay.
That's just a guess from off the top of my head.
Okay.
But yeah. Yeah, so Kuro dey for town. Kuro dey outside.
Who is asking you that question?
I heard somebody saying it near me now, so I just repeated it. Mm-hmm. Testing 1, 2. Hello?
Hello, Goki. Who is around you there?
There's a guy around me, he's on the phone. I don't know his name. I think.
Okay, there's a guy around you. Okay.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear the guy.
Okay. Okay, so I've moved away from him. Yeah.
So, Goki, we are going to start now. We are going to simulate. We are starting from national anthem.
Yeah.
Goki.
Yeah.
Don't sing. Yeah.
Okay.
So now, guys, we have established that we can hear from Teams without echo. We've established that we can hear from Teams without echo. Now I want us to run the meeting.
Yeah, with video as well, right?
Yes, with video. We'll start with the national anthem. I'll take
can
the
we
safety.
also test it to make sure that it is streaming well on YouTube?
There are people on YouTube, Chairman Goki.
Okay.
If you're on Teams, don't sit with Goki. Maybe you go and sit on the other side.
Yeah, me, I've gone somewhere else.
Goki is here. So fresh.
Yeah. Me, I've left so fresh now.
Oh, you've left so fresh. Okay.
I'm at near the business.
Go to
near
the
the IT
room.
unit downstairs.
Near the BSc. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe. We are going to start now with the national anthem. Don't put anything, Oga. Don't put anything. Wait. She national anthem. Let's set up. Listen. Who of this thing? Who of this one? Tell Kunle and Chido, if you want to remain, maybe just sit down. We want all these people to sit. Their head should not come out.
Child of fire, don't you ever plead. Me, I can't hear the national anthem.
Hold on, we are getting there. Just hold on.
Okay.
So let me get people to act. We need people to sit everywhere now and just then this one. There's no one mic here. There's no room. What of GTL's mic, registrar's mic, audit committee mic? He can be KPMG, just anybody, so that at least you get a feel of. Demola, can you check if the mic is on, please? Just talk.
I've waited all my life. Terry, test microphone.
Please, can you test this microphone? Audit committee microphone.
Mic check 1, 2.
Audit committee microphone.
Child of fire, don't you ever bleed. For the whole world turn.
It would have been better if we had those things that HR has. Stand. Sir, you can't stand though.
You cannot stand.
Okay, because you are standing. The back door, please. The back door. Okay, this is a final run through of the AGM.
Okay.
And it's live. So please, no verbal communication, no movement. This is the AGM happening. Thank you.
Hello, Kunle. Kunle IT, are you on the call?
Boss Chairman, I'm on the call.
Okay. Sound team, we are ready for you now with the national anthem. Kunle and Goke, if you hear the national anthem on Teams, please let us know.
Thank you. We will now take the safety briefing.
Chairman Kunle and Chairman Goke, please confirm you heard the national anthem. Hello, Kunle. Hello, Goke. Did you hear the national anthem? Hello, Kunle. Hello, Goke. Did you hear the national anthem? Are you still there?
Yes, I heard the national anthem.
What took you so long?
I also heard it very clear.
What took you so long?
What took you so long?
I
You're not paying attention.
already.
Please
to
pay
notify
attention,
you guys.
John Torrealon. This is our last take.
Okay.
All right, we'll go to the safety talk.
Safety talk is here. Thank you.
Welcome to Uniliver.
You can't take audit committee's mic.
Why?
Contact coronavirus.
So she should stand here and do safety.
Okay.
Who says she can? She says she can back.
Yes, she says she can back.
And so we'll move the stand. The stand will be there first. Then when she's done, we'll move it. They don't want
No,
us.
contact.
Because of
Coronavirus, because he's
coronavirus.
going to use it to talk. You don't want that.
Yeah, I know. That's something we have to fix. Now, 7 mic, the normal thing discussed. So if we now need the 8 mic, it's a different thing. We need to know.
Oh, so.
They don't want 2 people to use that one.
So we need 1 mic for the auditor separately. That's right. We need 1 mic. That's the mistake.
We're back to the AGM, please. Running as AGM live. No more talking. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining the AGM. It's our 95th AGM. We're really happy to be here. Before we go any further in the proceedings, I would like to welcome members of the board and introduce them to you. I'll start with myself. My name is Mr. Motiu Sumono. Joining the AGM with me is, to my left, Mr. Felix Ewemadu. Thank you. And to my right, I have the company secretary, Mrs. Bidemi Ademola. Thank you. I also have people who are joining us online as a result of the coronavirus. The first director joining us online is His Majesty. Also joining us online is, sorry, I don't have the procedure document. So, Mr. Carl Cruz. Then after that, we have Amuna Lawal Ali. And then after that, Adesola Shotande Peters, who's an executive director. Then we have No, there's some feedback. Somebody is talking from somewhere.
It's people around Cookie and
Okay.
people around Cookie and Kole.
KPMG. So we are not on KPMG.
It's not on it.
Thank you. KPMG, Mr. Goodluck Obi, thank you very much. After KPMG, we have our registrar, Greenwich Registrars, represented by Anne Mutua. Anne, you're on your phone during the meeting. After Anne, you will notice. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw him. But leave him.
No. There was a square of Kunle just now.
Of
Kunle.
Yeah, I saw it as well.
No, but we are still talking during the meeting.
What are you guys doing now?
Hello.
Oga, what are you doing?
I can hear you guys, so I can hear you guys.
Please, there was no, we said no talking now. Oga Ororo, we said now, let's do the meeting, please. Let's pretend like we're in AGM. There was a square of Kunle now. He appeared 4 times just now on the screen.
Mr. Ali? So what are you doing about it now?
After Mr. Greenwich Registrars, we have the Nigeria Stock Exchange represented by Emmanuel. Thank you very much. After Emmanuel, thank you, we have the Securities and Exchange Commission, Mrs. Tanko, who is joining us virtually. And finally, we have the Corporate Affairs Commission, who they say they won't come. Now, I would like to also introduce members of the Audit Committee. I have Mr. Oguntoye, who is the chairman of the Audit Committee. Thank you very much. I also have Alhaji Wahab Ajani joining us, and Mr. Kolawole Durojaye. The board members who are on the committee are Amuna Lawal Ali, Mrs. Abiola Alabi, and Mr. Chikanwobi. Perfect transitions, thank you. I would like to introduce the persons who are proxies, who are here for themselves and representing other shareholders who couldn't join virtually. They are Sir Sonny Wonsu, Mr. Boniface Okezie, Mr. Akinla. The camera is still on me, it's not on the audience. Mr. Matthew Akinlade, we don't even have to do close up. We can catch the whole area.
One person will stand up and we'll see.
Yes, but once I start saying proxy and start mentioning name, just go to audience.
You need wide for all of them.
Yes, and you need wide shots.
Do more of wide shots. Don't do too much close up like NTA.
Sir Sonny wants to. Mr. Boniface Okezie, Mr. Matthew Akinlade, camera is still on my face. Mr. Gbenga Ido, your camera should be on the audience. Mr. Gbenga Ido, Mrs. BC Bakari, Mr. Adebayo Adeleke, and Nona Awo. His Majesty Igwe Nnaemeka Achebe and myself are also proxies. Okay, Company Secretary, thanks for reading. Company Secretary, can you try and say something for the minutes, notice of
Thank you,
meeting?
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Company Secretary. The next thing I would do is I will call on the audit committee, I'll call on the external auditors, KPMG, to please read their report. External auditors, please read your reports in one sentence.
Hasta la vista. Give them.
Thank you.
External auditor.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Next, I would like to call on the audit committee chairman to say a word or two. So this is where he gets up.
Report of the audit committee.
Thank
Chairman.
you. Thank you.
So much.
Perfect.
That's all.
Now, are there any questions from shareholders on the financials? Okay, ask your question.
No question.
Thank you. Director Kunle, who is joining us virtually, is the best director to answer this. Can we have you, Director Kunle? Now, are there any questions from shareholders on the financials? Ask a question.
Who is that? Oh, Kunle is on YouTube. Kunle, can you lower the sound of the YouTube?
Yeah, I just did that. Sorry.
Okay, Director Kunle, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay,
madam.
Director Kunle, I'm not sure you got my question, so I'll repeat it. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, please answer the question.
No answer. Just say no answer.
Oh, no answer.
Thank you, thanks. Is there any other director on the call?
We have Director Goke.
Director Goke, can you please respond?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
But we
I
cannot
wonder if
see
can
you.
Hear me.
Okay.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Well done.
Thank
You're
you.
doing well.
All right. Thank you very much, directors. We will now move on to Greenwich registrars to explain the voting process. Greenwich registrars, Oga, just stand up and explain something. Take the mic.
Thank you very much.
No, talk small. Talk, just say thank you for a while.
Okay, thank you very much. This is annual report something.
So he's explaining the voting. This is when the voting thing comes up. Okay, but you don't have it.
Yeah, they don't have that.
Okay, so I will move. If you don't have it, I will move. Thank you. I would now, the next item is for the election or re-election of directors. The first director we need to elect is Mr. Carl Cruz. Oga, we didn't meet you. Mr. Carl Cruz, was a director, was the MD of the company. I now put the resolution to the vote. Say thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vote. They don't have it. Okay. So we do Carl, so I won't go through this. Once you hear thank you, Mr. Chairman, that thing comes up. So we do Carl, we do Sumono, so he hands over to Felix. We do Igwe, so let me move. All of this is done. Then the next item is, okay, this is still voting, so I will move. The next item is calling of audit committee members. So it's voting for audit committee members. Let's just try and simulate what it will be. So accordingly, the company secretary has received valid nominations of 37 nominees for audit committee. Accordingly, the valid nominations are Mr. David Oguntoye, Mr. Alaji Wahab Ajani, Mr. Such and Such, Mr. Such and Such. Thank you very much. I now pause for show of hands. All in favor of Mr. Oguntoye, please raise your right hand. Yes, but what I'm trying to get is the camera capturing people? Is the camera doing that wide shot so that it shows that people are raising their hands? Aha, something like that. Thank you. All in favor of Demola, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. I now declare the results. The results are such and such and such. Okay, I will move. The next item is special business, remuneration of directors. Is still voting. I'll move. Special business. Thank you, Mr. Iwemadu. Director Kunle, there's one question that has come from YouTube that we need you to answer. And the question...
Go on, Chairman.
Thank you. The black thing in the middle. Leave this sanitizer. The black square in the middle of the screen. Director Kunle, there's a question for you to answer. Can you please respond?
Oh, thank you. No answer.
Thank you very much. Director Goke, can we have you, please?
Yes. I hope you can hear me. I have no answer as well.
Can you hear me clearly, though?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Director Goke. All right, we now declare the meeting closed. Can we have the anthem? Thank you.